Senate will come to order. Mr. Carpenter, call the roll, please.
Senators Bridges, Cook, Coram, Crowder, Crowder,
Absent.
Crowder, Danielson,
Good morning.
Donovan, Thunberg, Fields, Foote, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hill, Hill,
Absent.
Heisey, Holbert, Lee,
Here.
Lundeen, Marble, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott,
Yeah.
Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story, Story,
Absent.
Tate, Todd, Williams,
Present.
Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger, Zenzinger, Hill,
Excused.
Mr. President.
Here. With 33 present, 1 absent, 1 excused, we have a quorum. Members and guests, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance Approval of the journal. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the Journal of Thursday, June 4th be dispensed with and that the Journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Bill 218, correctly engrossed Senate Bill 51, 170, 181, 185, 186, 197, 204, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 158 and 201, correctly revised. House Bill 1001, 11, 16, 11, 37, 11, 83, 11, 96, 12, 09, 12, 10, 12, 12, 12, 15, 12, 30, 13, 63, 13, 70, 13, 74, 13, 88, 13, 89, 13, 90, 13, 92, 13, 94, 13, 95, and 13, 96. Correctly revised House Bill 1003, 1022, 1032, 1082, 1208, 1216, and 1236.
Committee reports.
June 4th, 2020, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs, after consideration merits committee as following. Senate Bill 217 be amended as follows. Also amended be referred to Committee on Appropriations. A favorable recommendation.
Mr. Carpenter, please mark Senator Story excused.
You have to withdraw during the budget. We actually go
The minority leader will be charged $5 for wearing jeans, but $2 for not setting a good example for the other side.
Can I get lunch with that?
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we are going to break momentarily for the two caucuses to caucus, but we figured we would get through third reading of bill's final passage consent calendar before we do that. So we will not be taking up the three bills listed on special orders seconds just yet. So, Mr. President, I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up third reading of bill's final passage consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order to allow for the third reading of final bill's final passage consent calendar. Third reading of bills consent calendar. Mr. Carpenter, please read all of the bill titles listed on the third reading of bills consent calendar.
House Bill 1137 by Representatives McCluskey and Superintendent Donovan concerning requirement that the Broadband Deployment Board give substantial weight to a local entity's written certification that an area within the entity's jurisdiction is an unserved area when considering an application for grant money for the provisions of broadband service in an unserved area. House Bill 1363 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senator Moreno and Rankin concerning the repeal of the requirement that service providers report the use of money to increase the reimbursement rate to direct support professionals. House Bill 1388 by Representatives Ransom and Senator Zenzinger concerning statutory provisions on money from the general fund for programs operated by the Department of Human Services in connection with reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1389 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Zenzinger concerning a 3-year suspension of transfers to the Child Welfare Prevention and Intervention Services Cash Fund of unspent general fund appropriations to the Child Welfare line item. House Bill 1390 by Representatives Escar and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Rankin concerning the discontinuation of the pilot programs and the Division of Youth Services that were established to create a division-wide therapeutic culture with trauma-responsive practices and in connection with reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1392 by Representatives Escar and Ransom, Senator Zenzinger concerning the repeal of certain provisions related to persons with a disability in connection with reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1394 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Rankin concerning a modification of the contribution rates of the Public Employees Retirement Association for the Judicial Division of the Association for certain fiscal years and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1395 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Rankin concerning the repeal of the Skilled Worker Outreach Recruitment and Key Training Act grant program and in connection therewith, eliminating new grants under the grant program, transferring the balance of the grant program fund to the general fund, requiring a final report on the grant program, reducing an appropriation. House Bill 1396 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Zenzinger and Rankin concerning the implementation of an online platform by the State Workforce Development Council to assist Coloradans in exploring career options. House Bill 1370 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Moreno and Rankin concerning transfers from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund to the Housing Development Grant Fund to expand the supply of affordable housing statewide. House Bill 1374 by Representatives Escar and Ransom, Senators Zenzinger and Rankin concerning the repeal of the Waste Grease Program and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills consent calendar, which includes House Bills 1137, 1363, 1388, 1389, 1390, 1392, 1394, 1395, 1396, 1370, and 1374.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the third reading consent calendar? Are there any no votes on any of the bills on the third reading consent calendar? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, House Bill 1137 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Danielson, Crowder, Winter, Todd, Hanson, Janal, With 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1363 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Hanson, Gardner, Tate, Cook, Smallwood, Scott, Lee, Marble, Sonnenberg, With 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, House Bill 1388 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Crowder, with 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1389 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Crowder, with 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1390 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Gonzalez, Crowder, with 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1392 is passed. Co-sponsors. With 33 ayes, please add Senator Gonzalez as a co-sponsor on House Bill 1392. And Senator Crowder. With 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, House Bill 1394 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Cook, with 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, House Bill 1395 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Crowder, with 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1396 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Donovan, Bridges, Pedersen, Todd, with 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1370 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Crowder, Donovan, Todd, with a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1374 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Crowder, Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor on House Bill 1137.
Senator Sonnenberg will be added as a co-sponsor as requested. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we will now break for caucus to go through budget amendments, and shouldn't take too long, but we will reconvene on the floor here pretty much right after both caucuses are finished. So please, after the caucuses are done, come back to the floor. But we will say, Mr. President, let's move that the Senate recess until 9:55 a.m. I think there's an error. I don't know if they know, but I can say it.
I was very confused about the option listening for things, so I had it booked like mine at 8 o'clock. Okay, and I called Carrie, and I told her about it. Same thing I already told her. Huh? I'm just repeating myself.
Oh, okay. All right.
So before you recess this, could she make an announcement?
About where we're going to caucus.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, real quick, just so you know, before going into your caucus, Amendment 4, there was a mistake, a miscommunication between the sponsor and the drafters, and there will be a 4A, probably get into very shortly. But just wanted to let you know, as you're discussing the amendments, Amendment 4 will turn into 4A with a slight change to that amendment.
Senator Marble.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And for us, on this side of the aisle, our caucus location is the old Supreme Court chambers. And so we expect you there to go over all of the necessary items. We'll see you soon.
I promise.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we will now recess. I move that the Senate recess until 10 a.m. today.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will stand at recess until 10:00 hours today. Senate will come to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a call of the Senate.
A call of the Senate has been moved and properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close the doors, allow no senators to leave, and return all those who are absent back to the chamber? Mr. Carpenter, please call the roll.
Senators Bridges,
Daniel Ramos called me.
Cook, Crowder, Danielson,
Here.
Donovan, Bimberg, Fields, Foot, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hill, Heisey, Holbert, Lee,
Here.
Lundeen, Marble, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott, Scott, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story, Tate, Todd, Williams,
Present.
Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger, Bridges,
Carpenter.
Scott,
Can we find him for not wearing? We don't know if he's even wearing. Is he
Scott, can you hear us?
There's a jacket man.
Yeah, I'm just using this screen to keep track of who's actually responded or not.
Put a jacket on.
Scott,
You need to unmute your phone. So you gotta unmute yourself. There we go.
Here.
Is the delay.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is to raise a call. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have, and the call is raised. Mr. Carpenter, please add Senator Story to the roll call.
So we have to proceed out of order, though, right?
Conference committee to report.
first report on First Conference Committee on House Bill 1029 to the President, Senate, Speaker, House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1029 concerning the authority of the elected county officer to elect and receive a lower salary than the amount provided for by law has met reports that is agreed upon the following. The House accede to the Senate amendment made to the bill as the amendment appears in the revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, House Committee of Representatives Pelton, Winteo, and Roberts. Senate Committee, Senators Rodriguez, Bridges, and Heisey.
Senator Heisey.
Oh, I thought it was time to move the
Oh, no, we do it tomorrow.
Fine.
You just have to get rid of trucks.
Yeah, that's it.
You're off the hook for a little while.
Message from the House.
The House is postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 80 and 93. The bill is returned herewith.
Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 219 by Senators Fields and Sonnenberg and Representatives Valdez A. and Rich concerning the issuance of a lease purchase agreement to fund the continuation of certain previously funded capital construction projects.
Appropriations.
Cindy?
They have the contractors coming out. I'm just saying, don't drink water, don't drink a lot of coffee. I know that sounds horrible, but. I'm telling you, it's pretty bad. It's in the bathroom.
Third reading of bills. Final pass. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, quick announcement. So today, we're going to be going through some of these unrelated budget bills and then going through the orbitals and the long bill. I know we don't have a ton of amendments, so maybe it won't be that long, but there's another factor that you all should consider, and that's that the bathrooms aren't working. The restrooms are not working at the moment, so it means that we all are incentivized to make this go very fast because you can't pee until we're done with the budget. Kind of. I'm sort of serious. So the water pressure, for whatever reason, in the building is very low, and the contractors are coming out to see if they can fix it. But for now, lay off the coffee, lay off the water, and sit still. And I think Carrie Donovan has a cup from Barry's Bingo if you really need it in a tight pinch.
Sarah Corum.
Thank you, Mr. President. My comment is that depends.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage you, Mr. President, to consider an appropriate fine for my colleague who's also wearing black jeans.
That senator who is wearing black jeans as well will also be fined $5. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let's move on and see how this goes. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up third reading of bill's final passage.
Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 051?
Senate Bill 51 by Senator Priol and Representative Valdez A. concerning license plates in connection with specifying that in order to minimize potential loss registration revenue for the license plates of the motor vehicle that is classified as Class C personal property expire upon the sale or transfer of the motor vehicle and making an appropriation.
Senator Priol.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 51 and ask for an aye vote on third reading.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 051 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Donovan, Marble, Sonnenberg, Minority Leader, Cook, with a vote, Lundin, Smallwood, with a vote of 27 ayes, 7 no votes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 051 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Hansen, Todd, Lee. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1183.
House Bill 1183 by Representative Mullica and Senator Janal concerning the continuation of the certification of nurse aides by the State Board of Nursing and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 census report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1183 for third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1183 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Woodward, Sonnenberg, Lundin, Smallwood, Rankin, Marble, Heisey, Scott, with 25 ayes, 9 no votes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1183 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Fields, Todd, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1210.
House Bill 1210 by Representatives Carvey and Durant and Senator Fields concerning the continuation of the State Board of Chiropractic Examiners and in connection with implementing the recommendations contained in 2019 census report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Fields.
Mr. President, I move House Bill 1210 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1210 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Smallwood, Woodward, Marble, Lundin, Crowder, with 28 ayes, 6 no votes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1210 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Todd, Janal, Lee, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1212.
House Bill 1212 by Representatives Landgraf, Carvey, and Senators Todd and Tate concerning the continuation of the regulation of naturopathic doctors in connection with implementing recommendations contained in 2019 census report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we move House Bill 1212 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1212 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Gardner, Woodward, Heisey, Marble, with a vote of 29 ayes, 5 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1212 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Janal, Lee, Smallwood, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1215.
House Bill 1215 by Representatives Valdez A. and Froelich and Senator Foote concerning the continuation of the Water and Wastewater Facility Operator Certification Board in connection with implementing recommendations contained in the 2019 census report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1215 on third readings and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1215 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1215 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Hansen, Todd, Story, Fields, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1196.
House Bill 1196 by Representatives Hooten, McCluskey, Senators Finberg and Lee concerning updates to the laws governing mobile home parks.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1196 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1196 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Woodward, the Minority Leader, Marble, Lundeen, Gardner, Heisey, Scott. With 24 ayes, 10 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1196 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Janal, Donovan, Winter, Danielson, Todd, Moreno, Bridges, Story, Pedersen, Fields, Hanson, Gonzalez, Rodriguez. Please add the President. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of Senate Bill 170.
Senate Bill 170 by Senator Danielson, Representatives Jackson and Duran, concerning employment security and in connection with amending the definition of immediate family removing requirement that a claimant suffering from domestic violence provide written documentation of the domestic violence in order to establish the claimant's eligibility for benefits and limiting the meaning of certain instances of the term remuneration to describe severance allowance.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 170 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 170 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Marble, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Minority Leader, Woodward, Cook, Gardner, Tate, Lundeen, Rankin, Smallwood, Scott, Priola. With 21 ayes, 13 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 170 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Story, Todd, Lee, Hanson, Bridges, Pedersen, Fields, Janal, Donovan, Rodriguez, Winter, Zenzinger. Majority Leader, Priola. Correction. Strike Senator Priola as a co-sponsor. Please add the President. Senator Priola.
Sorry, Mr. President, I'd like to be a yes on this bill 11. Change my vote. 170. Senate Bill 170.
Senator Priola will be recorded as a yes vote on Senate Bill 170. Members, this is co-sponsorship on Senate Bill 170. Please add the President.
I'm used to that kind of whatever you want.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move to reconsider Senate Bill 170.
Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill The motion before the body is to reconsider Senate Bill, to proceed out of order for reconsideration of Senate Bill 170. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and reconsideration is granted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 170.
Senate Bill 170 by Senator Danielson, who represents Jackson and Duran, concerning employment security and in connection with amending the definition of immediate family, removing a requirement that a claimant suffering from domestic violence provides a written documentation of the domestic violence in order to establish the claimant's eligibility for benefits, and limiting the meaning of certain instances of the term remuneration to describe a severance allowance.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 170 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 170 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Scott, Marble, Lundin, Sonnenberg. These are no votes on Senate Bill 170. Woodward, Gardner, Heisey, Rankin, Tate, Smallwood, Cook. No votes on Senate Bill 170. With 22 ayes, 12 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 170 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Story, Lee, Fields, Winter, Todd, Zenzinger, Janal, Pedersen, Moreno, Hansen. Majority Leader. Please add the President. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 181.
Senate Bill 181 by Senator Lee and Representative Weissman, concerning measures to improve outcomes for defendants who may be found incompetent to proceed.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 181, third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 181 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Sonnenberg, Cook, Marble, Minority Leader, Smallwood, Scott, with 27 ayes, 7 no votes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 181 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Foote, Story, Gonzalez, Moreno, Williams, Todd, Bridges, Janal, Pedersen, Winter, Fields, Donovan. Please add the President. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of Senate Bill 204.
Senate Bill 204 by Senator Finberg and Representatives Jackson and Carville, concerning the provision of additional resources to protect air quality in connection therewith, increasing fees, creating the air quality enterprise, and making an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 204 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 204 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Crowder, Mr. Minority Leader, Marble, Heisey, Scott, Lundin, Gardner, Cook. Senator Gardner, I have you recorded. Smallwood, Woodward, Tate, Rankin, Quorum. With 20 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 204 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Foote, Winter, Hanson, Fields, Danielson, Lee, Moreno, Todd, Bridges, Story, Gonzalez, Rodriguez, Pedersen, Janal. Please add the president. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 197.
Senate Bill 197 by Senators Finberg and Marble and Representatives McLaughlin and Catlin concerning aligning state statutes with federal law on hemp and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 197 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 197 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Danielson, with 33 aye votes, 1 no vote, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 197 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Gonzalez, Tate, Smallwood, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1230.
House Bill 1230 by Representatives Singer and Larson, Senator Fields, concerning the continuation of the Occupational Therapy Practice Act in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Fields.
Mr. President, colleagues, I move House Bill 1230 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1230 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Crowder, Smallwood, Marble. Mr. Minority Leader. With 30 aye votes, 4 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1230 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senator Janal, Senators Todd, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1209.
House Bill 1209 by Representative Scott Malika and Senator Janal concerning the continuation of the Nurse Physician Advisory Task Force for Colorado Healthcare and in connection therewith implementing recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and specifying the type of physician organization to be represented in the task force and making an appropriation.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1209 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1209 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Marble, Lundin, Sonnenberg, with 30 ayes, 4 no votes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1209 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Crowder, Todd, Rodriguez, Tate, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1116.
House Bill 1116 by Representatives Escar and Sullivan and Senators Todd and Gardner concerning extension of the Procurement Technical Assistance Center program.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. With appreciation to my co-sponsor, the senator from Aurora, we move House Bill 1116 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1116 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Marble. With 33 ayes, 1 no vote, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1116 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Crowder, Rankin, Fields, Lee, Moreno, Janal, Heisey, Bridges, Winter, please add Senator Zenzinger as a co-sponsor. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 186.
Senate Bill 186 by Senators Finberg and Holbert and Representatives Garnett and Neville concerning the independent redistricting commissions in Colorado.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 186 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 186 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 186 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Donovan, Lee, Winter, Todd, Bridges, Rankin, Story, Moreno, Tate, Cook, Pedersen, Fields, Priola, Woodward, Gonzalez, please add the President and Senator Sonnenberg. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 185.
Senate Bill 185 by Senators Bridges and Tate and Representatives Tipper and Wilson concerning the creation of the Colorado Imagination Library Program.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to multitask here. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor in House Bill 1230, and also I move Senate Bill 185 and ask for an aye vote.
It's too many.
Senator Tate will be added as a co-sponsor as requested. Is there further discussion regarding Senate Bill 185? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 185 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senator Marble. Mr. Minority Leader. With 32 ayes, 2 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 185 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Story, Lee, Zenzinger, Gonzalez, Donovan, the Majority Leader, Winter, Danielson, Priola, Pedersen, Todd, Hanson, Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to House Bill 1001.
House Bill 1001 by Representatives Larson and Mullican, Senators Bridges and Priola, concerning nicotine product regulations and in connection therewith and making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1001 and humbly and with hat in hand ask for permission to run a technical third reading amendment.
Will the good senator from Arapahoe County please explain why the body should grant you permission to offer a third reading amendment?
Because the body is kind and generous, and in our scramble yesterday to find the common ground that we needed to move this bill forward, we scrambled a little too quickly and just need to correct a small issue.
The motion before the body is to allow the good senator from District 26 permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L033?
Amendment L033 to House Bill 1001 by Senator Bridges, amend revised bill, page 12.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. So yesterday we passed two amendments. One set a cap on what fees could be charged to folks who were applying for the license to sell tobacco products. And another amendment passed saying that there could be a bulk purchase agreement made with the Department of Revenue. And so what happened is that if we have this $400 cap combined with that amendment, it would be very difficult to offer any kind of discount on this. And so what we want to do is make sure that the spirit and the intent of both of those amendments are honored. And the drafter said that we needed to have this in legislation if we were to really honor what it is that we attempted to do yesterday to this bill.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment L033? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L003 to House Bill 1001. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, Amendment L033 is adopted. To the bill. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. And I renew my motion for the passage of 1001 on third reading and final passage. Thank you.
Is there further discussion regarding House Bill 1001? Seeing none, the motion is for the passage of House Bill 1001 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Minority Leader, Coram, Crowder, Lundeen, Woodward, Smallwood, Gardner, Rankin, Cook, Scott, Marble. With 22 ayes, 12 no votes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, House Bill 1001 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Hansen, Story, Fields, Janal, Majority Leader, Todd, General Order, second reading of bills. Mr. Majority Leader.
So,
No? Okay.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we will now move into... Oh, did you not do it yet? She needs that as a co-sponsor.
Sarah Marble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be added as co-sponsor to Senate Bill 186.
Senator Marble will be added as a co-sponsor as requested. The Senate will stand in a brief recess. back to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we will be taking up a special order second reading of bill's calendar. I believe it should have been distributed, and you should have that. It is essentially tomorrow's general order second reading of bills added to the special orders for today that were already there. It's a little confusing, but we will move some things around. We're going to bring up the long bill first, which is House Bill 1360, and then we will rise and report so that JVC staff can do their thing with all the amendments and get working on that before it's the end of the day, so that they don't have to start at the end. And then we'll come back into the committee of the whole to take on the rest of the orbitals and whatnot that are on the special orders calendar. However, I think several people have left to go get COVID testing downstairs. So we are going to continue to pause so that people aren't coming and going, but people have a chance to just do it and then be done, and then we'll all be here. And also, important announcement, I think the bathrooms have been fixed. But I reserve the right to shut off the water at any time. So, Mr. President, I request that we continue to stand in a brief recess until about 12:15.
The Senate will continue to stand in a recess until 12:15 today. The Senate will come back to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, in order to do what I was saying before, we're actually going to take up a special orders calendar that is just 1360, so then we can adopt that committee report and then do the other one. So slight variation to what I was announcing before. Mr. President, I move that we take up House Bill 1360 on special orders, second reading of bills at the hour of 12:25.
You have heard the motion. The motion is to take up House Bill 1360 on special orders at the hour of 12:24. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted.
We've got a minute. And there we go.
And before we get into the seconds, can we raise another call or
I'll wait. I won't gavel it through. I won't do that.
Special orders, general bills. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself, the committee of the whole, for consideration of special orders, second reading of bill.
Do you want to do a call?
The motion before the body is that the Senate resolve itself to committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, and Senator Bridges take the chair. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted.
We're done. Good. I was waiting for you. Whew, finally. I was worried.
Quorum ready? Senator Quorum?
You can move. You can do it. That's good.
Well, we don't have one, so.
Huh? I'm ready. You ready? Cindy, you ready?
Cindy, ready?
Ready? Locked and loaded.
Cindy, do you want me to wait for a little bit?
Everybody ready? Jeff, you ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed. The tie rule has already been relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1360?
House Bill 1360 by Representative Escar and Senator Moreno, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020, except as otherwise noted.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1360 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, per tradition, we stripped the amendments that were adopted in the House. With a couple of exceptions, we left the footnotes. So those are still there, but per tradition, we wanted to start with a clean budget, and so the Appropriations Committee stripped, Appropriations Committee report strips the amendments from the House. Ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion of the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That report is adopted. To the bill. Is there an amendment at the desk? Great. There are many amendments at the desk, 15 amendments at the desk. Amendment number 1. Will the clerk please read Amendment 1?
Amendment number 1, J104 by Senator Quorum, amending
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J104.
To the amendment.
Thank you. What this amendment does is it takes $100,000 and from the telematic program on our fleet. And, you know, I understand the program very well. I come from a trucking background and understand what this does. But I think at this time, bells and whistles may not be the important thing to have. There may be a better way to spend this $100,000. So I think we really, in general, really need to take a look at our whole fleet operation and how we're doing it in regards to bells and whistles. I was reminded by a former member of Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Got a new truck. $11,000 was spent retrofitting it for CNG. The problem was it's 100 miles to find a fueling station for the CNG. So this amendment is just to call attention to that. I think fleet needs to do a better job in the fleet management and look where these things are necessary, where they are not. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Senator Quorum. Any further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I do ask for a no vote. There's obviously always encourage folks to get creative and to find money and for things that the Joint Budget Committee may be missed. This area in particular received some information from the Department of Personnel. Reductions in this line item, they are worried about continuing to meet their contractual obligations and that there could be an effect on that. That's the information we received from them. I would request a no vote.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you. Would the good senator from Commerce City explain what contractual obligations they have on telematics?
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the senator from Montrose, actually, there was a proposal on the telematics program that the Joint Budget Committee actually stripped. There was a budget request to institute this new program, and we actually denied that request given that we're just not in a position to fund new endeavors at this point. So as I understand it, this amendment would actually come from the actual fleet management line item, which we've already denied the Department of Personnel's request on telematics, but this would actually come from the actual money that they need to pay their fleet vehicle contractual obligations.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment 2?
Amendment number 2, J111 by Senator Quorum.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J111. This is a real educational process that we're going to talk about here today, because I think there's a lot of things that we as the General Assembly don't know about our fleet program. You know, I understand it's a 10-year lease, and I think it's very complicated, but I think we as a body really need to look into our fleet operations, where we can save money and how we can save money. I reminded the department that I travel the state a lot, and in the fleet program, we have snowplows out on the road. I see them running down the road in a truck with a dry road, and I guess they're just spending hours on their shift. So I think those are the things that we need to look at and really have a conversation with fleet management of how we can save dollars. And with that, I withdraw J111.
J111 has been withdrawn. Will the clerk please read Amendment J114, also known as Amendment 3?
Amendment number 3, J114 by Senator Gonzalez. Amend the Appropriations Committee report dated
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J114 and ask for an aye vote.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment, I'm sorry. This amendment utilizes funds from the marijuana tax cash fund and adds those dollars to the Health Disparities Grant Program, to provider education programs in the Center for Research into Substance Use Disorder Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Support Strategies at the University of Colorado Health Science Center. It funds the Toting Gramsci Youth Services Program and the Circle Program in the Department of Human Services, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J114. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment J117?
Amendment number 4A, J117 by Senator Winter. Amend the Appropriations Committee report dated June 4th, 2020, page 3, strike line 16, and substitute page 203 of the Reconvening bill. Line 9 in the item of subtotal column strike 500,000, substitute 3 million. And in the general fund column strike.
Senator Winter. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J117, also known as 4A.
To the amendment.
This amendment takes CARES Act money to address the domestic violence situation. When we told people to stay at home and stay in place, unfortunately that had a consequence of increasing domestic violence at that time. And we're collecting statewide data, but just to give you an example from one shelter in Pagosa, they had an 89% increase in overall services provided, a 37% increase in crisis calls, triple the number of counseling calls from last year, quadruple the number of information and referral calls, and a 10% increase in people served overall. And so some of the things that our domestic violence providers are using money on is increasing counseling, but many of these shelters are large homes that have to do social distancing, meaning they're spending more money on hotel rooms to provide domestic violence victims a safe place. They're having to pay for food when they're doing those additional rooms. They're also offering hazard and overtime pay to their employees. And they're shifting technology. So we know telehealth is increasing, but so has telecounseling for domestic violence. So when you are talking about increase of providing this important service, an increase in technology, increase in food, increase in housing, increase in staffing, this is part of what's happening during COVID, and we need to make sure we're addressing this. And this amendment is using some of our CARES Act money to help our domestic violence providers, and I urge a yes vote.
Seeing no, Senator Rankin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a comment and a question, I guess. Yesterday, we received, I think it was a press release from leadership on the spending of that $70 million. So I'm interested in whether, if your recommendation is consistent with that policy or that press release, then we would not need an amendment. It would simply fit under that spending plan.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Much of the spending in that list, and I'm asking for more money to be spent actually than that list provided, and I know the conference committee will work hard and come to a decision on that money. Much of that money in that list is contingent on bills that have been introduced. This piece of money is not contingent on a new bill, which means we need an amendment to the budget to allocate that funding.
Senator Rankin.
So it brings up a question for me of whether or not the Joint Budget Committee is involved in that spending. I mean, it's been released as a press release by leadership as if it's sort of a done deal. The Joint Budget Committee was not involved in it. I'm not sure it has anything to do with the long bill.
Senator Moreno, in defense of the Joint Budget Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I don't disagree with my colleague from the Joint Budget Committee. I do think these issues will have to be discussed and worked out in conference committee. I too saw the recommended allocations that my colleague did as well. And my understanding is there are bills that will be introduced to effectuate those allocations that are being proposed by legislative leadership. But I do think it's a conversation that the Joint Budget Committee will have to have in conference, given that given that the discussions on how to allocate the $70 million did not originate with the Joint Budget Committee.
Senator Rankin.
So I think, and I'm certainly sympathetic with the request and the use, but I wonder if this amendment is not more appropriate to one of those 8 bills that we have been introduced to through the press release.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the bill sponsor coming up and sharing some of the downside data. When we're locked at home under stay-at-home orders, safer-at-home orders, there's some upside to it. There's some benefits on the health side, but there's also a downside. And the numbers that she quoted about domestic abuse, the longer we stay under this, under the thumb of the governor, the longer we're going to continue to see this process forward. So I appreciate the recognition. Putting some money toward it will certainly help us deal with the aftermath. But as long as we stay under these emergency orders and these stay-at-home and these safer-at-home orders, the abuse itself is going to continue. So I hope that you recognize on both sides of the aisle that perhaps the time has come that we let people out of their homes so that we can begin to stop some of this abuse that we're seeing in our homes. So thank you to the bill sponsor.
Is there any further discussion of the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J117 or 4A. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment 5, also known as J096?
Amendment number 5, J096 by Senator Crowder, amending Gross Bill, page 89, line 4, strike governor.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You know, I'm down here talking about the CARE Act that should have been shared by all the state, and I understand what happened, and it has to do with new math. Evidently, the metro areas got their share, but rural Colorado did not, and I'm sure it was just a simple typographical error that we only got 275 million when we should have gotten 450 million. The metro area, their per capita rate that went out to them was 209 for every person in the metro counties.
Senator Crowder, pardon the interruption. I'm sorry. Could you please move Amendment J096?
Mr. Chair, I do move 117.
Thank
you. As I was saying, the metro areas, they received 209 per capita per individual, but rural Colorado only received 116. Now, I'm sure with the new math that the governor's been using, this is the result of that. And what we can do is we can help him get his new math back into old math and add that 175 million to rural Colorado where it is deserved. To say that the metro area people, you know, that their amount was, which was actually delegated to those counties by the federal government, which used old math, but when it comes to the new math for rural Colorado, somehow got decreased. So what this amendment does basically is any of the CARES money that is left over should go to rural Colorado. I think it's only fair. If in fact we think everybody in the state is equal, I think this is a way to equal this out by making sure that the money designated by the federal government for the CARES Act goes to the intended places that it was. So I would ask for your support for this on behalf of rural Colorado, which teaches old math. So I think that I think it's a good amendment, and I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Senator Crowder, this may have been an old math, new math challenge, but could you please move J096?
This is space, Senator
Yes.
Willis, and you move that number, you need to move this number.
J096. I apologize, I was going off a different sheet.
J096 has been moved. Any further discussion of Senator Rankin? Senator Rankin, to Amendment J096, which has been properly moved.
So I question whether or not this is a long bill amendment. It seems to amend the governor's budget, the 1.7 billion. So while I totally sympathize, the calculation was 450 that would have been distributed to the 59 counties in order to make them equal on a per capita basis with the 5 large counties that got direct distribution from the federal government. So it's a totally reasonable request, but again, do we really have the authority to amend the governor's spending?
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J096. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment J113 or Amendment 6?
Amendment number 6, J113 by Senator Cookman, Henry, and Gross Bill, page 89, line 7, strike residents and substitute residents in this item and subtotal column, strike 4,100,000.
Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J113.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment does, it cuts money out of the Lieutenant Governor's budget of about a little over $90,000. The Lieutenant Governor currently makes over $93,000 per year as a Lieutenant Governor, with $24,000 in benefits. But then she also, I'm not going to say she has a job, she has another title or position at the Office of Saving People Money on Healthcare. It makes another $74,000 there, plus another over $19,000 on benefits. So she's getting double benefits. I don't know how you quite do that. How do you get double healthcare, double whatever, sick leave? For a total of $212,000, $295,000. And This amendment says that we're going to take $90,000 out of the lieutenant governor's budget, and we strongly encourage that they use that money to cut her salary.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in opposition to Amendment Number 6 because with healthcare being one of our top priorities, especially now with the pandemic. It was high on the list prior, and now with the pandemic and the concerns that we have with COVID, it's even more important now that we keep the office of the Lieutenant Governor on, and keep the office of saving people money on health care. The Lieutenant Governor, this office has really coordinated a lot of other state departments that had been in silos prior to this. For example, we have all of these coordinated state departments now talking with each other, now meeting on a regular basis, like DOI, HICPUF, CDPHE, CDHS, DOC, DORA, CDLE, and DOLA. And again, they weren't doing that prior to the formation of this office. So some of that money that you were talking about, the good senator from Greeley, Weld County, sorry. Some of that money is also for staff and other issues, not just for the Lieutenant Governor, is my understanding. I think what they have been doing as this office has been coordinating some innovative ideas, like reinsurance, other things like increasing telehealth access, and other behavioral health issues. And that wouldn't have been probably happening if this Office of Saving People Money on Healthcare had not existed. So with COVID, with this pandemic, with our priorities and our concerns on keeping people healthy and making healthcare affordable, I think we need to keep this office that the Lieutenant Governor oversees, the Office on Saving People Money on Healthcare. So thank you.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in opposition to this amendment, and the main reason is historically this position started changing under the previous administration with Lieutenant Governor Joe Garcia, and he was doing Lieutenant Governor role, and at the same time we found that his role as the chair of the Department of Higher Education, that he was really doing a dual job. When he transitioned out of being Lieutenant Governor and Donna Lynn transitioned in, is when this position really started. It started in terms of her being the CFO, as well as bridging that gap for healthcare. Healthcare is probably one of the largest costs that we have in the state of Colorado, and as a result of that, it is something that is more cumbersome when you see department by department, as opposed to blending those and breaking down the silos. So the transition into the current Lieutenant Governor and just kind of actually giving it a name, saving people money, is a natural progression of what had been happening in the first place. So the role of the Lieutenant Governor is changing somewhat, and it is becoming more diversified, and as a result of that is really working with other departments as well as with the governor. Thank you.
Senator Cook, to saving people money on health care.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the good senator's comment from Fort Collins, I'm glad to see that the Lieutenant Governor is having more meetings. I'm not so sure that's saving any money in healthcare. Just think about that $90,000 that could go towards saving people money. Instead of having her go to meetings, it could go to telehealth, it could go to mental health. And if that's the case about the roles changing, well, then let's just give the Lieutenant Governor a salary of $212,000 and put that in statute and call it all good. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Tate.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a good thing that the person in this position is not in a pay-for-performance plan right now, because most legislation I've seen roll through here so far raises health insurance costs for consumers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion of Amendment J013? Sorry, J113. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J113. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read Amendment J089, also known as 7?
Amendment number 7, J089 by Senator Heisey, amendment regross bill page 96, line 9. In the item in subtotal column, strike 600,000, substitute 1,200,000 in the general fund column, insert 600,000 to adjust effective totals accordingly. Purpose add 600,000 general fund in the designation development program in the Colorado Tourism Office within the governor's office.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw Amendment J. I could read that if I had to. What amendment do I?
J89, Senator.
89, thank you.
Well, J089, also known as Amendment 7, has been withdrawn. Will the clerk please read Amendment J112, also known as Amendment 8?
Amendment number 8, J112 by
Senator Fields. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move J112.
To the amendment.
Members, this is a very important amendment, and we do ask for your support. You may remember that Senator Gardner and I ran Senate Bill 195, and it's a bill to address the crisis as it relates to behavioral health and mental health of our young people that are at risk. That program has been defunded, and what this amendment will do will restore some of the funding back into that program. So I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I join with my colleague from Arapahoe County in asking for your support for J112. This is incredibly important. I think incredibly important in these times that we fund youth behavioral health. Everyone supported this bill last year, and so this ensures that that funding will continue. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J112, or Amendment number 8. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment J102, or number 9?
Amendment number 9, J0102 by Senators Patterson and Quorum, amendment regross bill page.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have felt so rejected here today. I got fined, and I got my 2 amendments killed, and I would like to withdraw this amendment.
Mr. Chair, I move to withdraw Amendment J102.
Amendment J102 has been withdrawn. Will the clerk please read Amendment J091, or Amendment 10?
Amendment number
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J091, amendment number 10.
Properly moved. Thank you very much. To the amendment.
Yes, sir. I think I've come across one. I've got about 6 letters from district attorneys throughout the state, and I think that this adult diversion funding should be reinstated for that purpose. In the past 5 years, prosecuting led a pretrial adult diversion has been in effect since 2013, and last year alone, they served 1,500 people who are actually low-level convicted felons. And what this diversion does is allow them, the DAs, to offer a alternative to going to prison. And I think that it saved the state a tremendous amount of money. The cost of the diversion is $284 per person for the 1,500 people. If those same 1,500 prisoners went to the DOC, it would equate to almost $59 million. So I think it's a very proven way to handle. If we're looking at reduction of DOC inmates, if the program itself has about a 95% success rate, and the reality is those who do not succeed in the diversion program will actually serve their time out in DOC. So I think it's a very worthwhile issue that we ought to look at. And I get it. There is a little bit of money to be. What we're talking about is $400,000. But I think that if you compare $400,000 to $59 million, I think it's I don't think it's much of an issue. So I would ask for support on 091 for the continuation of the adult diversion program, which has operated very, very successful for the last 7 or 8 years. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J0. Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, although I'm going to ask for a no vote, I just wanted to highlight everything that Senator Crowder did. This is a really important program and helps keep people out of prison, helps keep them out of the judicial system. Obviously, we had to make some really painful and unfortunate decisions, including this one. I will ask for a no vote, but I share the senator from Alamosa's concern around this issue, and if there's anything that we can do in conference, I'll certainly do my best on that issue.
Senator Moreno, are you saying good amendment, vote no?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Crowder.
You know, there is one thing on this particular amendment. I've only asked for a 1 year because we don't know what's going to happen next year. So, things could be even worse next year, or they could be a lot better. So I think by asking for a 1 year continuation of this.
You get the chair to recognize me.
My apologies to the folks that are joining us by teleconference. According to the rules of the Senate, there is no speaking on second reading for you all, no joining in the debate. My apologies. Those are the rules that we adopted.
With
Please
that said,
continue,
Mr.
Senator
Chair, I just
Crowder.
wanted to remind people I just asked for a 1 year extension on this, and I think the good senator up here has a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, as much as I would like to recognize the people joining us by teleconference, the rules of the Senate are that you may not speak during second reading. So my apologies. And is there any further discussion of folks who are here?
Yes, right there.
I'd like to speak on this amendment.
I understand, Senator Lee, but because you're joining by teleconference, you are not allowed to participate in second reading debate. My apologies.
Point of order. Point of order.
Senator Lundin, point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It seems I recall engaging in a fairly robust back and forth interaction with a bill sponsor who was remote. I don't know whether the rule specifies.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the regulations that we've discussed and that were distributed to everybody specify that folks participating remotely can participate when identified or when called upon by the presiding officer if it is their bill that they are the sponsor of, and that is for the exact purpose that the El Paso the good senator from El Paso County mentioned, so that they can answer questions and be in a dialogue on a topic that they obviously know quite a bit about since they're the sponsor.
Thanks for that clarification.
So only the sponsors can talk?
Yep.
Okay.
Only the sponsors of the bill are allowed to speak. And you would be allowed to speak even if you were joining us by teleconference. So you are welcome to speak at any time, Senator Crowder. to
Okay,
the
I
amendment.
think the only thing I need to end with, if there's anybody on the screen up here that would support this, would you please raise your hand? Hold on.
Oh, it's Pete.
Hold on. Thank you.
All right. So, Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. Senator Pete Lee is recognized to speak on Amendment J091.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what I have to say is disproportionate to the recognition that you gave me.
Never, Senator Lee.
I'm very familiar with this adult diversion program. Just met with these people like 6 months ago, and they put out a tremendous report, and Senator Crowder hit the nail right on the head. This program spends money to save money. 1,592 participants are enrolled. They had a 78% success rate. That's extraordinary. So this basically diverts people out of the criminal justice system into programs in the community. They've had a 322% increase in the utilization of the program. So this is a program that district attorneys like to use, and we need to encourage them to use it. So the Joint Budget Committee is doing their bound duty to oppose any amendments to the long bill, and that's their responsibility. But we, as the legislators, I think, need to recognize meritorious programs that do good. $392, just under $400 per case for diversion, and they're in the program for like 100 days, and then they're out, and most of them succeed thereafter. So I would urge supporting this amendment by the good senator from Alamosa.
Senator Lee, thank you for coming down to share your comments on this amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is spending money to save money with the adoption of J091. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read J108 or Amendment 11?
Amendment number 11, J0108 by Senator Lundin, Amendment Gross Bill, page 277, line 14, the item subtotal column. Insert 54,521,792, and in the total column.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J.108 to House Bill 1360.
To Amendment 11.
Thank you. Colleagues, I draw your attention to the workers and job creators of Colorado. We're in a challenging situation right now. In many ways, it feels as if our economy has been choked off. It's been shut down. And the people who want to get back to work and the people who create the jobs to get them back to work are under the most pressure of any in many ways. In response to not the virus itself, but in response to our policy prescriptions in response to the virus, we've created this challenge. And one of the things that happened along the way is the federal government said, this is bad. And they kicked out $2.2 billion to the state of Colorado to help us kind of muddle through. Now, a bunch of that went to the 5 largest counties, but $1.7 billion of that remained. And it was spent in response to the policies that the executive for the state of Colorado created. It was spent by the governor in various ways, and a sliver of that, 70 million of that, was allocated to the Joint General Assembly to spend or to allocate. Now, this framing begs two really big questions. Were the policy responses to the coronavirus by the governor the correct response? Big question, not going to debate it today. I think the governor did the best he could in the circumstances in which he found himself. But the second question is, was it appropriate for the governor to supplant the role of the General Assembly in the expending of dollars on behalf of the people of Colorado? It's our role, it's the Joint Budget Committee's role, it's the great tradition you keep the spending of dollars as close to the people as you can. And when you're going to raise dollars with taxes, you've got to start the bill as close to the people as you possibly can in the House. So we're going to leave those big questions aside right now, but we have the opportunity to begin to make a course adjustment, to begin to say, hey, we're late to the party, we were not in the building, not allowed to participate, but of the $70 million, we want it to go where it's going to be most leverageable, where it can help get our economy back on its feet so that the workers and the job creators of the state can do what we need them to do. And that's live their lives, go to their jobs, fulfill their desire to achieve on their own behalf and on behalf of their family, and at the end of the day, pay the taxes that support the state government. Now, who in this chamber has people in their district who want to get back to work? I got a lot of people who want to get back to work. Who in this chamber have job creators? And we all know that small businesses, the neighborhood stores, are the place in the American economy that create the jobs. Who has job creators that are saying, hey, I need a little bit of help getting back on my feet? I have a lot of those in my district. Who understands that when you tax something, you get less of it? And when you subsidize something, you get more of it? Well, the reality is, we have an opportunity here to answer the question, what are we taxing or supporting or subsidizing here? And the answer is, in this amendment, the question is, we can either tax labor, employment, people, or we can support them. Now, you're going to hear from people who argue against this amendment, it's just too small. It's not going to be significant. But I would argue that you don't want to go back to your district and say to one of those job creators, you know, I had a chance to help you, but it was just a little bit of help, so I chose not to give it to you. You don't want to say that to a constituent. You want to say, I did everything I could do for you. This amendment says the General Assembly is going to take a small portion, a sliver, of that $1.7 billion that the state had to spend and direct it back to the Unemployment Insurance Fund, which is a tax that employers and employees pay. It comes out of their paychecks. It comes out of their productivity. And we need to help everywhere we can, and we especially need to help getting the economic engine of our state turning over. That's what this amendment would do. Now, I urge you, don't pay attention to the argument you're going to hear, oh, the problem's so big and this is so small. Don't put yourself in a situation where you tell a constituent, I could have helped you, but it wasn't enough help, and so I chose not to give it to you. I chose not to vote on your behalf. I urge you to support this amendment, J108. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to amendment number 11J108. I believe that the proponent, the good senator from Monument, I think has mischaracterized the problem. He anticipated an argument he thought I was going to make. I am not going to make that argument because this is not a tax. The Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund is not a tax. It is an insurance program which we set up in the wake of the Great Depression. This body set it up in the wake of the Great Depression to provide unemployment benefits for people who lost their job. It is fulfilling the mission which we set up, the General Assembly set up 90 years ago. It's an insurance fund. We ask employers to pay in premiums to that fund. Unfortunately, this General Assembly and our predecessors have not updated this mechanism, this Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, for many, many years, almost 3 decades, without any adjustment for inflation. That's why we're insolvent today, because we did not take action to update the premium levels so that we had the resources to be ready for a crisis like the one we're in right now. We were insolvent in January. We had a funding ratio of 0.68, 68% of where it should have been, because, again, this body did not act to update the premiums. This is an insurance program. We all have car insurance. We all have home insurance. We understand how this works. You pay in premiums, they pool the risk, and that's exactly what we're doing with the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. So I urge you to vote no on Amendment 11, and keep in mind why we're in this situation in the first place. And also keep in mind that the federal government and state government are taking extraordinary steps to help small business, to help businesses survive this crisis. The PPP loans, the SBA loans are a couple that come to mind. There are a tremendous number of programs out there to help. Transferring this $70 million from the CARES Act that is meant for the state government to address emergency COVID expenditures, I believe would be inappropriate. Please vote no on amendment number 11.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate so much the dialogue with the good senator from Denver. Shakespeare asked, "Is a rose by any other name smell less sweet?" Now I'm paraphrasing, and I'm not nearly as eloquent as Shakespeare or Bacon or whoever it was that wrote it.
To the amendment?
This is to the amendment, Mr. Chair. The argument was just made that it's a premium, it's not a tax. Well, around here, when it comes to taxes and fees and premiums and whatever, we're pretty glib. We're ready to take money from the tax-paying citizens of Colorado and put whatever moniker on it we choose. What we're talking about is the consequence. Dollars to help the job creators in their kitty, in their till at that neighborhood convenience store, in the till at the neighborhood bakery, or spent somewhere else. My argument, and this amendment's argument, is let's give them this relief. To the questions of the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund and the challenges it has, the good senator from Denver and I walk almost in lockstep. We got to do something about improving this program. There's no question. But that's not the question we're debating right here, right now. The question we're debating right here, right now is, do you want to do something for the folks in your neighborhood trying to create jobs or not? And this is something you can do for them. It's not much. But doggone it, when you got a neighbor in crisis, don't you want to do whatever you can? I urge your support of Amendment L018.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As interesting as this debate is, and it's one that we have to have, one of our biggest upcoming crises, I would remind you that this money is not in the long bill. I'm not quite sure what the amendment would do if it passed, because there's $70 million appears nowhere in the long bill, nowhere in our appropriation request. So I assume it's the same $70 million about which we received a press release yesterday. So I would say that your request is to someone other than the long bill.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I started my comments by saying there's two really big questions. Was our policy response, or the policy response from the executive of Colorado, correct or not? I'm not going to engage in that debate. And the second question was it appropriate for the governor to sweep up and spend this $1.7 billion, and can he then redelegate authority over some portion back to the folks who should have had the authority over the whole thing? I said I wasn't going to debate that. So I will defer and choose not to do that, but I would argue the whole thing, the whole $2.2 billion should have flowed through the hands of the people of Colorado by passing through the hands of their elected representatives in the General Assembly combined under the great, strong, and thoughtful and insightful leadership, yes, I'm pandering, of the Joint Budget Committee. The reality is it all should have come through here, every last nickel. And for me to ask that a small sliver, that somebody said, hey, it was your money to start with, and oh, by the way, we're going to give a teeny bit back to you. Sure, that's ours. We can figure out a way to make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with all due respect to the members of the Joint Budget Committee and maybe questioning the appropriateness of Amendment 11, J108, I take exception to the idea that somehow this is inappropriate because it seems like this is the only option left to us. The CARES Act funding that we were told weeks ago would wait for the legislature, the appropriators to return to the Capitol, that promise was broken. And in my opinion, that was inappropriate. But then in the past 24 hours, we learn again of something that I consider to be inappropriate. I guess an 8-bill package come out of the House. And from what I understand from our member of the JBC, he wasn't even aware of that. And if all members in the Senate of the JBC were unaware of it, I'm not sure of that, then that's what's inappropriate. But to offer an amendment that can't be just dismissed, at least we get to have the conversation. This branch, the legislative branch, has been treated inappropriately. And the minority of this chamber, and I think the other chamber opposite, has been treated inappropriately. We don't have something that the majority has. We don't have enough votes. You get to vote however you want to vote and tell us no, and we have to accept that. But what we don't have to accept is just sit here and be silent when we're treated like we don't matter, and then when we come with the one option that we have, to be told that that's inappropriate too. Pound sand. Vote yes.
I would remind the minority leader that it was a member of the minority party that made those previous comments. Senator Lundin.
So it has happened. I said we weren't going to talk about the policy response to the coronavirus and whether what the executive did was the best thing in the time or not. He said he did the best he could. And I said we weren't going to talk about whether it was a breach of authority for the executive to take money and spend it that should have been in the hands of the General Assembly. But that's what we're talking about now. In addition to the question of, do you want to give a little help to the job creators in your neighborhood? Now we're talking about, do you want to draw a line in the sand that says the General Assembly actually matters in the conversation of the balance of power? You know, constitutional scholars have always led us to believe, when we're not paying close attention, that it's the Bill of Rights that protects our sovereignty as individuals. But when you look close at the way things actually happen, it's the separation of powers that protects our sovereignty as individuals. It's what gives the people the ability to know that the government is of, by, and for them, not over them, controlling them. And this little amendment is just a small ask, a teeny request in defense of those enormous principles. And at the same time, it has the benefit of giving a little bit of support to the people we need most. And that's the folks making sure we have jobs to go to when we get up tomorrow morning. I urge your support, colleagues. Consider carefully. Do you believe the General Assembly should retain some modicum of authority in these strange times? Do you believe you should do whatever you can do for the folks in your neighborhood trying just to make a living and create a job and provide jobs to their friends? If you do, you want to be on the right side of this amendment. Vote yes.
Thank you, Senator Lundin. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment really does draw that line in the sand. The first floor has taken the power. It's stripped the power from this branch. And I think that this is a chance for you to vote that your role here as a legislator actually matters. If you're okay with the governor just doing all of our work, spending the money, passing, amending, changing law, then why do we meet here every day? Let's just go home, hand the keys to the governor, and let him make every decision that's out there. As I've watched the legislature over the years, it's not been often that I've seen people willing to stand up to the governor. And I was hopeful that the people in this chamber might this year have some courage to stand up. If you don't have courage, just keep your hand down. But if you want to stand up and say, we have the job as a legislature, then we need to pass this amendment. Amendment 11 is a good amendment. If we want to have economic recovery, then vote yes on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J108. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read the title to, please read Amendment J090, also known as Amendment 12.
Amendment number 12, J090, by Senator Hanson, Amendment Rangos, Bill, page 347, line 13, the item and subtotal column strike, 3,850,000.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J090, also known as Amendment 12.
Do the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Had a good discussion on this morning during caucus, and I'm looking forward to continuing that discussion with the whole chamber. I believe it's appropriate for us to not decrease the cash fund spending authority for this orphan well fund, the Environmental Response Fund, which sits inside the Department of Natural Resources and inside the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. All of us are aware of what the market conditions look like right now in upstream oil and gas production. There have been bankruptcies already announced. It is a very dire financial situation for many of the companies engaged in production and exploration. And as a result, that puts a lot of pressure on those same companies. If they go bankrupt, it may cause additional orphan wells to be created. And historically, we know this to be true. When we have a big commodity price crash in the cycles of oil and gas, we see typically a spike, an increase in the number of orphan wells that get created after such an event. And we're in the middle of that type of event right now. And so I think it would be wise for us to not decrease the amount of spending authority that is in this fund. And I want to be clear, this is a cash fund. There are no general funds involved. This is a decision the General Assembly made recently to make sure that the operating companies are cleaning up after themselves. That's why we did this fund. It is money that's collected from mill levies on those same companies. And so I would urge your support for amendment number 12 to keep this spending authority at its current level so that if we do see additional orphan wells or we do have additional sites that need remediation, that spending authority is there, it's available, and the commission can act accordingly according to our legislative intent. This is what we did together by increasing it to $5 million for the Emergency Response Fund within the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. So I would urge your support of Amendment 12. Let's keep that spending authority in place and be prepared if we have additional orphan wells that need to be dealt with. And I urge an aye on Amendment 12.
Senator Crowder. Senator Crowder. Sorry. Oh, I'm on committee with the guy. I am taking advantage of my authority to fine and finding myself $10. My apologies.
Thank you.
Come on, Senator Quorum.
Mr.
Senator
Chair. I have a question for the sponsor of the amendment. Perhaps is better suited for some of the legal minds in this room. But would bankruptcy cancel the bond requirement that's on these now?
Oh, I'd love to talk about bonds.
Senator Hansen.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am so pleased that we are going to get a chance to talk about bonding requirements.
You're the only one, Senator Hansen. To the amendment.
Which I will do in brief. Bonding requirements right now are significantly below where they need to be. In fact, in Senate Bill 181, we directed the Commission to reevaluate bonding requirements, and they are in the middle of that process right now. According to the department, an average remediation site costs $82,000. Do you want to guess what our current bonding requirements are? $5,000, colleagues. $5,000. We are not in a good spot, and we need the Commission to act on this, which is why we put it into Senate Bill 181. We don't have the bonding backup that we need, which is why we created this fund, which is why I'm urging you to adopt this amendment so that we don't reduce the cash spending authority in the Environmental Response Fund. There are currently 234 wells that need to be plugged as of 15 days ago. There are 458 orphaned well sites that need remediation. And as I said, there are significant risks in front of us because of potential or current bankruptcies. So I think it would be unwise to reduce the spending authority in this fund. We have potential high risk from new orphans. So please vote yes on this amendment.
Senator Zenzinger. You take your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we do appreciate where the good senator from Denver is coming from, this is just spending authority, and the department felt that they would not be able to spend the funds regardless. So I ask for no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J090, also known as Amendment 12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Will the clerk please read Amendment J103 or 13?
Amendment 13, J103 by Senator Gonzalez, Barilla, and Green Bill, page 422, after line 2, insert item subtotal general fund, $sign, immunization, operation expenses, cares.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J103 to House Bill 1360.
Properly moved to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, during this pandemic, we have seen a 33% average weekly decrease in immunizations administered between January 2020 and May 2020. And so Amendment 103 directs funds from the CARE subfund in the general fund and provides $1 million to the local public health agencies to increase MMR immunization rates and influenza vaccination rates in their jurisdictions to try to just get us back to pre-COVID-19 rates. This appropriation would also allocate $200,000 to influenza vaccines, as well as a outreach and education campaign to encourage families to attend their well child checks. And for me, this is personal. I had a family member when we were on stay at home who suffered a major health emergency and went to the ER. And another one of my family members actually freaked out and said, "What are you doing? You're not supposed to go to the emergency right now. You're not supposed to go to the emergency room right now. You're not supposed to go to the doctor. You can only go to the doctor if you have COVID." And members, that kind of misunderstanding of the importance of our well child checks is exactly why this amendment is so important, and I urge your support of Amendment J103. Thank you.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I respect the passion of my friend, the senator from Denver, I would point out again that this is not a long bill amendment. This is rather, or should be, an amendment against one or more of the 8 bills that we found out about yesterday through a press release. That money, the CARES Act money, is not in the long bill. So I would urge a no vote and ask you to consider amending those bills.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I also rise in favor of J103. Keep in mind, as schools open up this fall, this is increasingly going to be more important to ensure that teachers can get back to teaching and students can get back to learning. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And colleagues, I just want to express what a unique and strange position the Joint Budget Committee finds itself in. You know, I don't want to get into the $1.7 billion and what should or should not happen with those dollars. The reality is they're gone. They've already been allocated. So, you know, to fight over that, I think is not a productive use of our time. The question that is left, however, is the $70 million that the governor identified in his executive order that would be available in the general fund to then fund some responses to the COVID-19 epidemic. And this is, I would say, an appropriate utilization of that $70 million balance. The question that the Joint Budget Committee really has to figure out is how, when, and where that money is reflected in the long bill. That question, I imagine we will have in conference committee and try to figure that out. But there are other bills in the process that are attempting to allocate some of that funding. I really do think, you know, we find ourselves in a bizarre situation, and we're going to have a discussion and just figure it out.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J103 or 13. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. T-minus 2 amendments, folks. Will the clerk please read Amendment J109 or 14?
Amendment number 14, J109 by Senator Lundin. Amendment
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J109 to House Bill 1360.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment is going to have a lot of the same themes that we heard before, but it's got an additional theme and it starts in a different place. This particular amendment starts in Wuhan, China, and it ends in your neighborhood convenience store, and it's connected by urgency. This particular amendment, instead of the 2021 budget, as the $70 million request we put before you previously, this is for the 1920 budget. This is money now. The themes are the same, the arguments are the same, but the vote's going to be different this time because we've had time to rest with our bad vote previously where we rejected that $70 million that we should have brought back and helped our local economy with. So I urge your support of Amendment 109. It is $70 million of relief into the Unemployment Trust Fund. It's $70 million of relief into your neighborhood grocery store. It's a good vote. I urge that you take the yes on this amendment.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think we had a great discussion about this on the first version of this amendment. It will not surprise anyone. I stand in opposition to this amendment as well. I really hesitate to move forward with this type of amendment because I think we create a new normal of backfill in a situation where the business community over and over has said to us, we will pay later. We don't want a change in our premiums right now. We'll do the surcharges when and if the time comes. Folks, the time has come. And so this is the situation we're in. We're doing exactly what the business community had requested over the last few years. And I think it'd be inappropriate, given the other urgent items that we're going to be considering, both in this long bill, the orbitals, its school funding, et cetera, for us to use this emergency relief money in this way. So I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J109 or Amendment 14. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Last amendment in the packet. Will the clerk please read Amendment J110, also known as Amendment 15?
Amendment number 15, J110 by Senator Rodriguez, amendment goes bill page 701. Before line 1, insert section 25 appropriation, notwithstanding the other provision of this act. Appropriations for health, life, and dental in section 2 of this act from the general fund are reduced by an amount equal to 5.0% of estimated salary base for each department. The general fund reductions for health, life, and dental by the department are as follows. Department General Fund reduction, agriculture, $345,284.
Mr. Minority Leader. Oh, Majority Leader. Oh. Another 10. Mr. Majority Leader.
Can the Majority Leader find the chair? Is that allowed? You know, I've had...
It's only because Senator Rodriguez was not in the...
Had second thoughts. I withdraw whatever I was going to say.
I agree with Senator Fenberg. I will be withdrawing my amendment.
Thank you, Senator Rodriguez. All right. Amendment J110 has been withdrawn. There are no further amendments at the desk. To the bill, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the discussion this morning, or afternoon. What time? Afternoon. Colleagues, I'll speak a little bit more on third reading around heaping praise on our JBC staff and Director Campman. Senator Donovan, I said Director Campman, so I think you got bingo. Oh, no. All right, sorry. These folks, these consummate professionals, took a process that is usually a 5-month process and fit it into 3 weeks, and scoured and poured through the budget to find alternatives that we could act upon to balance the budget in midst of a historic shortfall in revenue, $3.3 billion. Colleagues, simply, we would not have a budget in front of us without the dedicated work of our JBC staff. So I just want to take a moment to thank them. I will thank them again tomorrow. And colleagues, just on this budget, this is my 4th budget, my 4th year on the Joint Budget Committee, and I'm going to be very candid with you. I'm not a fan of this budget. In any other year, we have additional resources to allocate. We have the ability to respond to the greatest needs in Colorado, whether that's transportation funding, whether that's additional funding for K-12 education or human services, and that simply is not the situation we're in this year. I don't love this budget, but I'm proud of the work we did to pull it together. We are facing a deadline, and we know that there are entities, school districts, public colleges and universities that depend on what we do here in this building. And they've waited so that they can propose their own local budgets in response to ours. So I'm very proud of the colleagues that I serve with on the Joint Budget Committee. I'm very proud of our staff. And although I'm not in love with this budget, I do request an aye vote on House Bill 1360.
Senator Rankin.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of tried to summarize what we've been through in the last few months. And it starts with me, our December forecast. Does anybody remember December? In December forecast, we were told that we had $865 million to spend more than the previous year. We usually balance to the March forecast. So in March, all of a sudden, we had $27 million only, but above the previous year. But we saw the storm clouds on the horizon. We saw that things were changing fast. And so our staff, our wonderful JBC staff, went to work devising options to cut the budget. And they came up with roughly $1 billion. Tough stuff. So in May, we got a new forecast. We went from 895 positive to 3.3 billion negative. That's a $4 billion change. That's what we've been dealing with. So we took all of those options that our staff brought to us. We went to the next level. They had first level, second level, third level. Took basically all of them. And then we started taking every one-time option we could come up with. So we took all these one-time cuts. We took the marijuana fund and changed it from a next year spend to the current year. We took best funds. We took half of the reserves. We took almost everything we could imagine to be one-time cuts. And we put all that together and offered you a balanced budget. But the impact of doing that is going to be felt for years. We never did recover from the cuts in 08. We're still talking about severance tax sweeps and those things. This time, by the way, there was no severance tax to sweep because oil and gas is basically gone in the state. But we've done that. And what we're doing here today is probably more historic and more impactful than anything any of us will ever experience. We've tried to communicate that, and I know it's hard. Every one of these bills that we're going to talk about in a few minutes are complicated and complex. But I want to just end that, with that experience with a couple of things. One, I want to thank the majority members of the JBC. We really are a team. Most of the time, not every time, but most of the time, you can't really tell who's on which side of the aisle. Most of the time, we understand each other well enough to respect our positions and give each other space. So it's been a great experience, and particularly our chairman and vice chairman have been so accommodating to the minority, and I just want to thank them for that as we've been through this. The other thing I want to talk about just a minute is our staff. Carolyn Chapman came on as our director. Her first budget. She's been there a long time. In fact, Carolyn is one of the three of our staff who went through the 08 depression. And believe me, that helped. But, these people worked from home. They worked there. They worked tirelessly. They gave us all the options. They listened to the departments with their comebacks. They just did a fantastic job. So sometimes I feel like we, the Budget Committee members, get too much credit. Because really what's going on, where all the details are, is over there. When they have to crank through that long bill and get all those numbers right, that's a monumental effort. So on top of all that, Carolyn, in the first day of the riots, her car was smashed. On top of all of that stuff. So Carolyn, we can't thank you enough. So my seventh budget, hope to be around to do a few more. Thank you all.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I would love to, in fact, I wouldn't just love to, I associate myself, every fiber of my being, with comments you just heard. I appreciate so much the work of the staff, and then I extend that to the Budget Committee themselves. They work tirelessly. I joined them a few times on WebEx, much to their consternation, but they work so hard, and I'm so grateful for that. And I want to bring us back to the people we're here working for. This budget is tough. I frequently say when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. We're legislators in a state government, so everything looks like state policy and state budget to us. But we should remember what's going on outside this building, the people whom we represent, and the struggles they're going through. I mean, we've got a 25% hit to our general fund. looks like maybe a little less than a 10% hit to the overall budget. That's big, that's significant. But when you look at personal income, April release of personal income data suggests that wages and salaries fell 11.2%. Proprietors' income fell 19.5%. And I'm just going to run through a few statistics for context and what's happening in the lives of the people we represent. Retail sales activity. Advanced retail sales fell by 8.3% in March, 16.4% in April. Between February and April, it fell 23.4%. Top line sales to the people trying to make a living out there. Unemployment, we got some great unemployment news today. That's wonderful. So maybe we'll get a bounce out of this. But the reality is we've still got a crisis. Between the weeks of March 21st and May 16th, 36.2 million Americans lost their jobs. They filed for unemployment claims. In Colorado, it's tough to break it out, but they echo similarly. Here we've had nearly 406,000 people during the last couple of months apply for unemployment. So as we struggle with this really difficult budget, please do not lose sight of the fact that it is derivative. It's not the fundamental budget of Colorado. It's the primary budget of the state of Colorado, the government of Colorado. But the primary budget of Colorado is the budgets that get balanced on kitchen tables and in small businesses, typically right behind the counter or wherever they're serving, whatever it is they're serving it to their clients and customers. Remember the challenge that those people are under as well as we walk through this. So kudos to the Joint Budget Committee for putting together a tough budget. Not quite where I would have ended up, but you know what? Who knows what the optimization of this budget would have looked like. Just keep in mind the people for whom we work as we close this budget out. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've stood here as Majority Leader and now as Minority Leader, and in the past I have encouraged people to vote for budgets. I voted no on budgets as a member of the House and now the Senate, and I voted yes on budgets. I want to echo the sentiments shared before. The three members of the Joint Budget Committee from the Senate deserve our thanks. To Director Campman, thank you. Your first budget, it could only get better from here. Who could have imagined turning this 5-month process into a 3-week process to do it over again? Who could have imagined when we were here in January or February, hearing the governor's request and looking at not only the long bill, but the legislative appropriation bill, we were planning to have, we expected to have more money than we did last year. There were things that people in the executive branch or even here in the legislative branch, probably over in the judicial branch, had planned on for years, and finally they could do those things. And then COVID-19 came. And those budgets shifted dramatically. I am grateful to the three senators who serve on the Joint Budget Committee. I'm grateful to Director Campman and her staff for the hard work that they've put in. But as I expressed earlier, I am extremely frustrated that the legislative branch was left out of the CARES Act distribution. I am frustrated and disappointed that of the $70 million that the legislature was allegedly going to control, and I suppose still is, that the minority was left out of those discussions. Reporters started asking me about that before I even knew about the package of bills coming out. As the minority leader here in the Senate, I have to stand up and say that's unacceptable. That's completely understandable why that would be unacceptable and frustrating to members of the minority. We can't have it our way, but to not even know what's going on, not have any input in those things, that's just unacceptable. And I appeal to the majority, I appeal to the other chamber, I appeal to the executive branch. You don't have to do that. We can't stop you. But people in Colorado have elected us, and some of us more than once, to come back because we have some aptitude, some experience. We might have some ideas, some perspective that would be of value. I think like the member of the Minority Senate Caucus who serves on the Joint Budget Committee. But we weren't given that opportunity, and that's extremely frustrating and disappointing because it isn't necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1360 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
The committee will come to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a bill under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee holds legal reports that in consider small tax bills being segmented thereof, make the following recommendation to run House Bill 1360 as amended, pass second reading, revise, place account for their bring a final passage.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 002 to the committee of the whole report?
Committee of the whole Amendment 002 to Senate Bill.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment .002.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you. For the benefit of the President who did not get to hear our expanded discussion, we have added 3 more chapters to give greater context, and we'll prepare to present that information to you now. I jest. The reality is we had a really good discussion. We looked at the fact that we're facing some significant challenges, and those challenges are being felt most effectively, I believe, most tragically, most challengingly by our workers, the people who just want to go back to their jobs. And the job creators, which we all know tend to be the neighborhood stores. They're the ones who build more jobs in America than anybody else. It's not the big automobile manufacturers. It's the neighborhood stores in your neighborhood. And they need a little bit of help. This amendment would give them that little bit of help, give them some relief on the unemployment insurance. With dollars that are coming from the federal government flowing in, we should access those, provide some relief to the small businesses, the job creators, the workers of Colorado, and that is what Cow Amendment .002 would do. I urge your support of this amendment. I remind you, it's a recorded vote.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment 002 to the Committee of the Whole report? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do ask for your aye vote on this amendment. Here's the one opportunity we have to have some say of that $70 million that we were supposed to control as a legislature, not as a caucus, but as a legislature. So would the minority have said, let's put all 70 into the workers' comp fund? If we'd have been asked a day or two or a week ago, maybe not. But now we only have one opportunity to say, hey, here's a way we could actually put this money into a cause, a need that Coloradans have, and do it with one amendment. The business owners in Colorado have asked for our assistance since the stay-at-home order was put in place. I remember the first few days I was hearing from business owners in the district that I represent. A man who owns a gymnasium shut down, income stopped, and demanding to know what the state of Colorado would do to help, since the state of Colorado, our governor, told him he couldn't do business and customers couldn't go to his company. And I explained that relief would almost certainly be coming from the federal government because they're not bound by that balanced budget amendment. They can print money, they can borrow money, and we cannot. But here we have $2.2 billion that flowed into our state from the federal government. A portion of that went to the 5 highest populated counties. We don't have any control over that. The last 1.7 or so, 6, 7 that we were to control, well, we were told the governor would wait for us to return and we would have some say on how that money was allocated. That didn't happen. Then we were told that, well, 70 million out of the 2.2 billion would be there for us to allocate. And I find out yesterday, nope, that didn't happen either. Yeah, the legislature is going to allocate those funds, but for some reason, those of us on the minority side of the aisle were apparently left completely out of that discussion. So here's our one opportunity to say, we would do it this way. I think I know how the outcome will turn out, but I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. Senator Rankin.
Well, with apologies, thank you, Mr. President. With apologies to my fellow JBC members, I do not consider this to be a long bill amendment. So I'm going to be voting for it, and I urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment 002 to the Committee of the Whole? The question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 002 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Foote, Lee, Donovan, Gonzalez, Williams, Rodriguez, Hanson, Todd, Zenzinger, Moreno, Danielson, Pedersen, Winter, Story, Bridges, Janal, Fields, Majority Leader. Please add the President. With 15 aye votes, 19 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, Amendment 002 is lost. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Marble, Lundin, Gardner, Cook, Woodward, Minority Leader. With 27 ayes, 7 no votes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1360 as amended passed on second reading, order revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Seven's not on this calendar.
Oh, we're just doing this. Got it.
We're doing these.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we will now be taking up the rest of the bills that are on the special order second reading of bills calendar that has been handed out to you. So, Mr. President, I move that the Senate take up on special orders House Bills 1384, 1397, 1391, 1024, Senate Bill 200, House Bills 1361, 62, 1385, 1386, 1364, 1365, 1366, 1367, 1387, 1368, 1393, 1369, 1371, 1372, 1375, 1377, 1378, 1398, 1379, 1380, 1381, 1383, 1399, 1400, 1401, and 1382 at the hour of 2:08.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in Committee of the Whole for consideration of...
The previous motion on the before the body is that the Senate take up the special order second reading of bills calendar consisting of everything excluding House Bill 1360 at the hour of 14:08. This requires a 2/3 majority vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will take up those bills listed on the second special order second reading of bills calendar at the hour of 14:08. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
The motion is that the Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Bridges will take the chair.
Exact change only, sorry.
It's a marijuana dispenser, actually.
The committee will come to order and the code rule is relaxed. Also, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1384?
House Bill 1384 by Representatives Escobar, McCluskey, and Senator Moreno concerning the delay of Department of Implementation of high-fidelity wraparound services for eligible at-risk children unless money is appropriated for the services in connection therewith reducing appropriations.
Oh, okay.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1384.
To the bill. Senator Fields.
There is an amendment at the desk.
There is indeed an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L001 to House Bill 1384?
Amendment L001, House Bill
Senator
13.
Fields. Senator Fields. Senator Fields. That's you.
Oh.
Good to go. Senator Fields.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to move Amendment L001 to House Bill 1384.
Excellent. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, you heard us speak about the amendment that we had for the long bill. That was J112. Basically, what this amendment does, it takes the money from this program and it restores it to the program that we mentioned that addresses behavioral health for children in the state of Colorado. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Gardner.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, we already on the long bill have amended the long bill to do this. This is the corresponding amendment for the orbital bill 1384, and we urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L001. All those in favor say aye. Opposed no. No. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. I believe there is another amendment. No. To the bill. Senator Moreno. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. We will figure out these things in conference.
Seeing no further discussion or threats, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1384. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1397?
House Bill 1397 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Zenzinger concerning the elimination of the requirement that the Department of Public Health and Environment provide assistance to certain boards in connection with reducing an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1397.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing... Oh, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L002 to House Bill 1397?
Amendment L002 to House Bill 1397 by Senator Moreno. Amendment
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L002.
To the amendment.
Colleagues, thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, Amendment L002 is really technical. It simply allows these boards. So the bill actually removes the requirement that CDPHE provide assistance to certain boards. It does allow the boards to directly accept gifts, grants, and donations to continue their work. Ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L002. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1397. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1391?
House Bill 1391 by Representatives Escobar, McCluskey, and Senators Moreno and Zenzinger concerning eliminating statutory requirements for programs to increase access to treatment for behavioral health disorders in connection with reducing appropriations.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1391 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1391. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 1391 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1024?
House Bill 1024 by Representatives Benavides and Snyder and Senator Moreno concerning modifications to the state's net operating loss deduction.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this is not a budget package bill. This is actually a bill referred by the Tax Expenditure Evaluation Interim Committee. Makes a couple of slight changes to the net operating loss deduction tax credit, and really in light of some tax policy changes that occurred at the federal level. So that's what House Bill 1024 does.
Very exciting. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1024. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That motion passes and that bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 200?
Senate Bill 200 by Senators Donovan and Pedersen, Representatives Kraft, Larp, and Becker, concerning the implementation of the Colorado Secure Savings Program to increase the amount of retirement savings by Colorado's private sector workers.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 200 and the accompanying appropriations report.
To the committee report.
The appropriation report made clarified it would be gifts, grants, and donations.
Excellent. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Any further discussion?
Thank you. I renew my motion.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 200. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1361?
House Bill 1361 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Moreno and Zenzinger, concerning the reduction of the adult dental benefit in connection with reducing an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1361 and ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1361. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1362?
House Bill 1362 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senator Zenzinger, concerning a limitation on the general fund share of the per diem rates paid to nursing facilities for 2 year commencing with the 2020-21 fiscal year and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1362 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1362? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1362. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted as well. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1385?
House Bill 1385 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Moreno and Zenzinger, concerning the increased money received due to the Federal Family's First Coronavirus Response Act and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1385.
To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1385. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1386?
House Bill 1386 by Representative McCluskey and Senator Moreno, concerning the use of a specified amount of money in the Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Fee Cash Fund to offset general fund expenditures for the State Medical Assistance Program and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1386. Colleagues, this is a bill that helps with balancing and transfers some money from some additional money that's anticipated to be received under the Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Fee.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1386. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1364?
House Bill 1364 by Representatives Escar and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Zenzinger, concerning the repeal of the program to increase public awareness of opioid use, research into substance use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery support strategies in connection with repealing the requirement for appropriations to the Center for the Program, eliminating the scheduled sunset review of the program, and reducing an appropriation.
That is a hot mic, Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you. I move House Bill 1364 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1364. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1365?
House Bill 1365 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Rankin and Moreno, concerning the fiscal sustainability of History Colorado.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 1365 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1365. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. House Bill 1366.
House Bill 1366 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning a higher education funding allocation model.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 1366 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1366. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes got that one. House Bill 1366 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1367?
House Bill 1367 by Representative Ransom, Senator Moreno, concerning the reallocation of state sales and use tax revenue from the older Coloradans cash fund to the general fund for the state fiscal year 2020-21.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1367 and encourage an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1367. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes got that one too. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1387?
House Bill 1387 by Representative Escar and Senator Moreno, concerning the repeal of the transfer of unexpended money for reimbursing counties for exemptions from property taxes.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1387 and encourage an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1387. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is also adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1368?
House Bill 1368 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning delaying the implementation of the Colorado Electronic Preservation of Abandoned Estate Planning Documents Act and in connection therewith decreasing in appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1368, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1368. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1393?
House Bill 1393 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning expanding the mental health diversion pilot programs to include more judicial districts.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 1393 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1393. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1369?
House Bill 1369 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning reducing the annual appropriation for prosecution training.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1369, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1369. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1371?
House Bill 1371 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Moreno and Zenzinger, concerning implementation of the Community Substance Use and Mental Health Services Grant Program and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1371, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1371. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1372?
House Bill 1372 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senator Rankin, concerning the repeal of provisions related to mined land reclamation.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 1372 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1372. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1375?
House Bill 1375 by Representative Ransom, Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning the repeal of the authority for the Division of Criminal Justice to expend an unused appropriation for the law enforcement grant program in the next fiscal year without further appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1375, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1375. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1377?
House Bill 1377 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning a requirement that the portion of the proceeds of Senate Bill 17267 lease purchase agreement that will be executed in state fiscal year 2019-20 be credited to the Capital Construction Fund and appropriated only for controlled maintenance projects, including controlled maintenance projects that are capital window projects.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 1377, ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1377. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1378?
House Bill 1378 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Moreno and Zenzinger, concerning capital-related transfers of money.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1378 and encourage an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1378. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1398?
House Bill 1398 by Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senator Rankin, concerning modifications to the automatic cash fund funding mechanism for payment of future costs attributable to the state's capital assets and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 1398, ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1398. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1379?
House Bill 1379 by Representative Ransom and Senator Rankin concerning suspending the direct distribution to the Public Employees Retirement Association for the 2020-21 state fiscal year and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 1379 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1379. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1380?
House Bill 1380 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Zenzinger concerning the redirection of a portion of tobacco litigation settlement monies to the general fund.
Senator Zenzinger.
I move House Bill 1380 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1380. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1381?
House Bill 1381 by Representative Escar and Senators Zenzinger and Rankin concerning the augmentation of the general fund through transfers of certain money.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 1381 and ask for an aye vote.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 13. Oh, there is an amendment at the desk. We were on such a roll there. All right, Senator Moreno, would you like to explain yourself?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, Mr. Carpenter, did you read the amendment?
Oh, Mr. Carpenter, please read Amendment L001.
Amendment L001, House Bill 1381 by Senator Moreno, Roman Gross Bill, page 2, after line 10, insert section 2 in the Colorado Revised Statutes 2450-104, add 1J3D as follows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L001. Colleagues, this is a date change on when a transfer will occur. There's a companion amendment, and this will make more sense when we consider another amendment to House Bill 1382 at the end of your calendar, but really it's a date change for a transfer of funds.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L001 to House Bill 1381. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Any further discussion of House Bill 1381? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1381 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes still have it. That one is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1383?
House Bill 1383 by Representative Escar and Ransom, Senator Moreno and Rankin concerning a temporary reduction in the general fund reserve.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 1383 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1383. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1399?
House Bill 1399 by Representative Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Moreno and Rankin concerning the temporary suspension of statutory allocations of limited gaming tax revenues and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1399 and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Donovan.
There's an amendment on the appropriation.
There is an amendment at the desk.
Appropriation.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologies committee. I also move the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, the Appropriations Committee report really just made some technical adjustments as recommended by JBC staff. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion of the Appropriations Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of said report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. And now there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L001?
Amendment L001, House Bill 1399 by Senator Donovan.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L001 to House Bill 1399.
Would you like to explain the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a technical amendment that the department caught. It ensures that the Colorado Tourism Office will still have the spending authority to expend funds that they receive under a different statute. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L001. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. To the bill, any further discussion of House Bill 1399? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1399. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1400?
House Bill 1400, Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Senators Moreno and Zentzinger, concerning temporary reallocation of limited gaming tax revenues to address recovery following the 2020 budget crisis.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1400, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1400. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1401?
House Bill 1401 by Representatives Escar and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Rankin, concerning the transfer of money from the marijuana tax cash fund to the general fund that is made available due to the repeal of the prohibition of the General Assembly appropriating money from the marijuana tax cash fund in the year that the money is received.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 1401 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion of House Bill 1401, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1401. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill, the last one on the list, House Bill 1382?
House Bill 1382 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, Senators Moreno and Rankin, concerning the repeal of certain cash funds that include reversions in general fund appropriations.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1382.
To the bill. Oh, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L001?
Amendment L001, House Bill 1382 by Senator Moreno, Amendment Goes Bill, page 2, strike lines 14 through 21, page 3, strike line 1.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L001.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this bill strikes the number of cash funds and the reversions. This amendment removes the requirement to repeal the State Employee Reserve Fund. This is something that this was a request from the executive branch. They are interested in maintaining this fund to utilize it in the future for merit pay increases for state employees, and it's a valuable mechanism for them, apparently. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L001. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. To the bill, any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the last bill on the special orders calendar, House Bill 1382. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 1382 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee will likely reports that on consideration the following task bills being second reading, therefore makes the following recommendations are on. Senate Bill 200 is amended past second order of Gross on calendar for their reading and final passage. House Bill 1384 is amended. 1397 is amended. 1391. House Bill 1024. House Bill 1361. House Bill 1362. House Bill 1385. House Bill 1386. House Bill 1364. House Bill 1365. House Bill 1366, 1367, 1387, 1368, 1393, 1369, 1371, 1372, 1375, 1377, 1378, 1398, 1379, 1380, 1381 is amended. 1383, 1399 is amended past House Bill 1400, House 1401. 1382 is amended past second order revised place account for a third reading and final passage.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole report?
Committee of the Whole Amendment 001 to Senate Bill 200. Senator Lundy moved to amend the report of Committee of the Whole to show the following amendment to Senate Bill 200 did pass. Amendment printed bill page 10, line 19. After enrollees add, the board is a fiduciary for the Colorado Secure Savings Program. The board bears responsibility for the administration, investment, or investment performance of the program. The board is liable for any errors or omissions or disclaimer forms. Website or information provided by the state. The board is liable with regard to investment returns, program design, and benefits paid to the program enrollees.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 001 to Senate Bill 200. It says SC 200 Cow.001.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you. So I appreciate the dispatch with which we were just moving. In the course of that, we didn't really have as complete a debate on 200 as perhaps was appropriate. This bill essentially puts the state in the business of being an asset collector and an investment advisor. It basically puts the state also in the business of subsidizing some of the customers that it would seek to attract. I think there are fundamental challenges with the bill, and it has been dialed down and dialed down and dialed down. It's not nearly as onerous as the bill once was, or the board that's created and the business that's created would be, but it's still not appropriate. So this amendment makes it very, very clear that if the state's going to get in the business of managing people's money, of collecting dollars and subsidizing people to get their dollars in the door, it needs to behave as a fiduciary. Big word, simply meaning the state, the fiduciary, has to, in fact, always, in every way, look out for the best interest of its clients. The bill's amendment simply says the board, as created by 200, is a fiduciary over the Colorado Secure Savings Program. The board bears responsibility for the administration, investment, or investment performance of the program. The board is liable for any errors or omissions on disclosure forms, the website, or information provided by the state. The board is liable with regard to investment returns, program design, and benefits paid to program enrollees. If you're going to get in business, you got to be serious about being in business. Just because you're the government doesn't mean you get a pass on things. And that's what this amendment would make clear. I think the bill's ill-advised. 200 should not advance as a bill, but if it does, let's make sure that we're serious about causing the state, who holds itself out as a business and then subsidizes customers to come in the door, is treating those people properly. Mr. President, I appreciate your attention to this debate.
Is there further discussion? Senator Smallwood, followed by Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I rise in support of Cow Amendment 1. And I think the senator from El Paso County did a good job explaining this, but I'm not sure that, first of all, that everybody was paying attention. Secondly, not sure that we understand the gravity of the situation if you are a disgruntled investor. So in the private sector, or if you work for a not-for-profit, if you're an employee and you have an investment program of some kind and things aren't handled correctly, like let's say, for example, you receive really lousy educational information. And if you go to the bill, we'll talk about Senate Bill 200, and you look to see what the board is responsible for providing, looking on page 8, lines 25 through 27, to include financial education as part of the Secure Savings Program, implementation to the extent feasible. If you look at page 7, line 7, to develop what we call an IPS, an investment policy statement, to oversee the investments. So let's say, colleagues, that you are a worker in Colorado and you're investing in this program, and let's say the investments are lousy. The state does a horrible job. And while everybody else in the state or in the country is making money in the investments, your investments are so lousy that you're losing money. Or the educational program that is put together is so bad that it causes you to make wrong investments and lose money. People are taking advantage of you. In the private sector, your recourse is to go to the fiduciary, to go to the plan sponsor, to make a complaint, to file a grievance, to get some of your hard-earned money back because people lied to you or misled you. It is very important if the state is now going to step in and take that role. If you care about Colorado workers and their investment savings, all the senator from El Paso County and I are asking you to do is say, somebody has to be held accountable if the state does a lousy job. And I'm sure we're all thinking, well, the state never does a lousy job in anything, right? State does a great job with all this stuff. We should trust the state. Okay? Well, for the handful of you that maybe disagree with that and think that the state might be fallible, I would really encourage you to adopt this very common sense amendment. And I thank the senator from El Paso County for bringing it.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of the amendment, and I kind of feel the same way my colleague from Parker does. Is there a inadequacy in the marketplace when it comes to Fidelity Investments, Vanguard, whoever? Or in the many committee hearings I've participated in when we've discussed this issue, there's no shortage of apps you can download that make savings really simple. And in addition, there's apps that make integrating a savings plan really simple for small business. And so I just fundamentally don't understand why we think it's a good idea to have the state of Colorado at this point form a fantasy company. Kind of reminds me, maybe, was it 10, 11 years ago, we had the ERA funds. Remember after the last recession we had, there's hundreds and hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars being distributed by the federal government for shovel-ready projects. And one shovel-ready project that was here at the Capitol at the time from Governor Ritter was something called Recharge Colorado. Recharge Colorado, I think, grew to a staff of like 48 people. You had directors of this, assistant directors. It was a fantasy energy company. All they did was run around and promote energy concepts that were in vogue at the time. They didn't actually create anything. They never actually created any revenue. They just blew through millions and millions of dollars with this huge bloated payroll to handing out titles to people. Fantasy company. And here we are starting a fantasy investments company. I mean, I haven't heard one word that there's a problem in the marketplace associated with meeting needs of consumers. Especially in the app world. I'm going to go on my phone after we're done here and see how many new apps there are to help people save money. And so, yeah, I appreciate the fact that we're not doling over cash at this point, but just the concept kind of seems really silly to me. When you consider the amount of expertise that's out there in this area, Unless, of course, it's really about giving consulting contracts to people associated with this policy initiative. I don't know. But please, please vote yes on the cow. Thank you.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The board already has fiduciary responsibility, but this goes beyond that, and I ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion regarding Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole report? Or, excuse me, to Senate Bill 200? Seeing none, are there any no votes? Senators Danielson, Lee, Williams, Hansen, Story, Pedersen, Foote, Winter, Rodriguez, Todd, Gonzalez, Bridges, Janal, Moreno, Zenzinger, Fields, Donovan, the Majority Leader. Please add the President. With 15 aye, 19 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, that amendment is lost. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1384 as amended, House Bill 1397 as amended, House Bill 1391, House Bill 1024, House Bill 1361, House Bill 1362, House Bill 1385, House Bill 1386, House Bill 1364, House Bill 1365, House Bill 1366, House Bill 1367, House Bill 1387, House Bill 1368, House Bill 1393, House Bill 1369, House Bill 1371, House Bill 1372, House Bill 1375, House Bill 1377, House Bill 1378, House Bill 1398, House Bill 1379, House Bill 1380, House Bill 1381 as amended, House Bill 1383, House Bill 1399 as amended, House Bill 1400, House Bill 1401, House Bill 1382 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading, final passage. Senate Bill 200 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading, final passage. Second reading of bills. General order, second reading of bills. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted. The ayes have it, and the Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed for all. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 007?
Bill 007 by Senators Pedersen and Winter, Representative Mateo and Wilson, concerning treatment for substance use disorders.
Senator
You don't need to.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 7. I also.
Would you like to move Senate Bill 7?
I just moved it.
Okay, great. I thought you said we have. Sorry, didn't hear you there.
And we have an amendment as well. I move L008.
Will the clerk please read L008?
And L008, Senate Bill 007 by Senator Pedersen.
Senator Pedersen.
All right, this is, members, we're back to where we left off yesterday, I believe. This is basically, unfortunately, taking out all of the great work that we did over the summer and fall to bring a robust bill to address substance use disorder treatment and in Colorado. And so after this amendment is adopted, this will basically narrow the bill down to just a few items I will discuss in a moment, but I ask for your support.
Any further discussion of L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L008 to Senate Bill 007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L012.
Oh. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L012?
Amendment L012, Senate Bill 007, Senator Winter, amendment printed bill page 11, strike lines 19 through 27, page 12, strike lines 1 and 2, and number 16 sections accordingly, page 18, strike lines 1 through 3, and substitute section 1231.107D.
Great. This is, I forget to interrupt you. I apologize. What this does is it's going to strike out the cost sharing piece. We've been working with the governor's office on this, and it also strikes out the injectable coverage piece. I ask for your support.
Any further discussion of Amendment L012? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L012. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L011?
Amendment L011, Senate Bill 7 by Senator Smallwood, amendment printed bill
Senator
page
Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 11.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment should be viewed as a friendly amendment by the bill sponsors. I believe it simply emphasizes the folks that would not be criminally or civilly liable for being involved in the treatment or commitment of a person going through, or the person that's to be committed. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we do consider this a friendly amendment and very much appreciate the work that the sponsor of this amendment put in.
Is seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L011 to Senate Bill 007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. To the bill, bill number 007, Senator Pedersen.
All right. Well, members, we just have a few pieces here. One, this is still has many pages because it consolidates and modernizes the process to actually get somebody involuntarily committed. What it does is it brings together alcohol and people who are struggling with drug addiction into the same the same steps to go forward and actually getting them committed. So that's why it looks like it's doing a lot more than what it does, but it's still really important in clarifying what the process looks like. It also denies, it makes sure that when you're in a sober living facility or if you're in care and you have medication-assisted treatment, that they can't deny you care because of that. We know that medication-assisted treatment is very important, and unfortunately, a lot of places won't actually accept you if you're on medication-assisted treatment. So this is a big step forward. It also sets a standard of care for best practices in what is already a benefit at the federal level. So it's not a mandate, but it's really providing a guidance in Colorado for best practices for treatment. And I guess that's the biggest pieces of the bill. And I really appreciate all the stakeholders' work this entire year on this bill. And I'm sorry we had to take so many important pieces away. And I ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is passed. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1061?
House Bill 1061 by Representatives Valdez and Harrington, Senators Moreno and Priola, concerning pharmacists' ability to provide HIV infection prevention medications to patients in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1061, and there is an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L 009?
Amendment L009, House Bill 1061 by Senator Priola, amend Ramgo's bill, page 3, strike lines 1 through 5.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L009.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, Amendment L009 strikes the mandate that health insurance companies cover these HIV prevention medications. It was one of the more exciting pieces of the bill, but in a negotiation with the governor's office and their hesitancy around any further insurance mandates, we decided to make that adjustment. It also includes a date adjustment. But that's all the changes in the amendment. The rest of the bill stands intact.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, given that most insurers already do this and the cost savings to the insurers of being able to go through a pharmacy as opposed to having to actually set a doctor's appointment, this will save both folks using the medical system as well as insurance companies quite a bit of money. Ask for an aye vote.
To saving people money on health care. The question before us is the adoption of L009. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Priola.
Members, 1061 increases access and will help reduce costs to the medical system as well as save lives. I renew my motion on 1061 and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And colleagues, I can't express enough how exciting this bill is. This is increasing access to HIV prevention and treatment medication will only result in cost savings to the healthcare system as a whole. If we encourage more people to use HIV prevention medication and HIV treatment, it pales into comparison to the amount of money the healthcare system spends if someone does actually contract HIV. So I encourage your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1061 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1206?
House Bill 1206 by Representatives Michael and Janae Landgraf, Senators Winter and Tate, concerning the continuation of the regulation of mental health professionals and in connection therewith implementing recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1206 lay over to the bottom of the general order second reading bill's calendar.
The motion before us is that House Bill 1206 lay over to the bottom of the second reading of bills general orders calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill will be laid over. Will the clerk please read the title to? Oh, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 55.
The motion before us is to proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 55. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. To the bill. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 55?
Senate Bill 55 by Senators Priol and Story and Representatives Cutter and Arndt concerning the expansion of market mechanisms for the further development of recycling.
Senator Priol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 55 and Amendment L007.
Will the clerk please read L007?
You understand it. Moreno.
Amendment L00.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, Senator Moreno asked for this amendment, and I'll read the important part of it. A person that applies for the reimbursement pursuant to the subsection must inform the advisory board in a form or manner specified by the advisory board of the type of business, personal, or property tax that was subject to the taxes and how the property will help develop recycling markets. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And colleagues, I rise in support of Amendment L007. I was on the Zero Waste and Recycling Interim Committee along with my colleague from Adams County and our senator from Evergreen. We did some important work. This is where my worlds collided a little bit because I was also on the Tax Expenditure Evaluation Interim Committee, and there's been a lot of work to try to actually have, when we offer some sort of tax benefit or tax subsidy, that we at least have some sort of reporting mechanism or data associated with that. That would be accomplished through Amendment L007, and I encourage your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 55 as amended and urge an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 55. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Just 3 bills left, right? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1206, Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, and Senate Bill 211 lay over until tomorrow, June 6th.
The motion before us is to lay over Senate Bill 211, Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, and House Bill 1206 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Those bills will lay over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The question before us is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee will rise and report. Thank you, Mr. Carpenter.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee holds lead reports that in consideration following test bills being considered and makes following recommendations are on. Senate Bill 007 as amended, Senate Bill 55 as amended, passed second reading order, gross place accounted for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1061 as amended, passed second reading order, revised place accounted for third reading and final passage. Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, Senate Bill 211, House Bill 1206 laid over until 6/6/20, retained their place on the calendar.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, the committee of the whole report is adopted.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 007 as amended, Senate Bill 055 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered and gross placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1061 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. SCR 001, Senate Bill 211, House Bill 1206 laid over until 6/6/2020 and retaining their place on the calendar. Consideration of governor's appointments. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the consideration of governor's appointments, which includes members of the Colorado State Fair Authority Board of Commissioners, until June 8th. Exactly.
The motion is to lay over the Colorado State Fair Authority Board Commission until 6/8/2020. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed no. The ayes have it, and the governor's appointments on the Colorado State Fair Authority Board will be laid over until 6/8/2020. Announcements. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. Members, of fun note, as a resident, a citizen of Colorado, our parents, or maybe based on age, maybe grandparents, some boasted of being at a place called Woodstock, or maybe at the, the Jazz Festival out on the West Coast. 37 years ago, June 5th, 1983, was a very cold and rainy day here in Denver. As a 22-year-old, I was really excited to head out to Red Rocks. And that night, the late, great Barry Fay stepped out on a very wet stage and said, "From Dublin, Ireland, U2. The Under a Blood Red Sky concert happened 37 years ago today, and yes, I was there. Proud to be a Coloradan, and I can't wait till we can go back out to Red Rocks without these." Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and may I ask for a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you very much. I just want to let each and every one of you know that Jerry Chang, who is the Consul General of Taiwan, called me and said, "I have a gift to the Colorado Senate. Do you think there would be interest in giving masks to each senator to take back to their communities and give, whether it's nursing homes or neighborhoods or police or fire or medics, anyone in their communities?" I said, absolutely. So he brought in 2 boxes of masks yesterday, and that's what these are for. This is from Taiwan. Taiwan had 442 cases of COVID and 7 deaths. The reason that happened is because they complied early, and they really did clamp down and really shut down. So it does work. I know it's inconvenient for each and every one of us. I have swallowed my mask so many times, I've decided you can't really laugh hard with a mask on. And so it is inconvenient, it's uncomfortable, but it is saving, and hopefully we will continue on. I thank Taiwan for being a good friend to the United States and specifically to Colorado. I've included Jerry's information. If you want to send a little thank you to him, I know that he would appreciate it. And I've taken some snapshots of people around and have sent that to them as well. But again, we thank Jerry Chang, we thank the Republic of Taiwan, and we thank you very much for your generosity, and thank each and every one of you for sharing these with your communities, because it does say made in Taiwan, and they're really much more comfortable in many ways than some of our other masks. So thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to say have a good weekend. I don't know if we will continue on tomorrow or not, but have a good weekend. Stay safe, stay well, and thank you to Senator Rankin, Senator Zenzinger, Senator Moreno. I feel like I've been on a speed walk, and thank you so much for all the work that you did and for all the staff of JBC. So thank you very much.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Appropriations Committee meeting will be tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. That is a change. So 8 a.m. We will be hearing Senate Bill 205, Senate Bill 207, Senate Bill 210, Senate Bill 212, Senate Bill 214, Senate Bill 215, Senate Bill 217, and Senate Bill 219. Thank you.
Senator Zenzinger.
So I'll repeat the announcement. We have changed the time from 9 a.m. to 8 a.m. tomorrow morning for the Senate Appropriations Committee. We will be meeting in the old Supreme Court chambers. We will be listening to Senate Bill 205, 207, 210, 212, 214, 215, 217, 219. Thank you.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, thank you for all the work today. Thank you to the JBC members. We got through a whole lot, and we're going to try to get through even more tomorrow. So we will be convening at 9 a.m. tomorrow, just so everybody knows. It is not going to be a Saturday 10 a.m. kind of day. It's going to be a Saturday 9 a.m. kind of day. And so that's why appropriations was moved to 8 a.m. to account for that. We will hope to get through a lot of the bills that came through on seconds today, get through those on thirds tomorrow, plus potentially some of the bills that come out of appropriations. And I believe there is a Finance and State Affairs Committee that is going to try to meet after floor work. But we are hoping that this can be like a half-day kind of thing rather than all day on Saturday, but we will see. But we also have some bills coming over from the House, or that they have come over from the House, that we are going to read across. But I think they're still in the process. So we will recess. Folks can go home. We'll read those across and then close the desk, and then we'll see you tomorrow morning. So, Mr. President, for now, do you have an announcement? Okay. Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess until 9, what time is it? 3:20 today. 3:20.
The motion is actually for the Senate to stand in a recess until 15:20 today. All those in favor say aye. All those no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will be in a recess until 15:20, 100 hours.